And we're back. And better than ever. Look at us go. Don't forget to smash the like a second time. I need to delete that song before I accidentally play it again. There we go. Quick, delete the other video. Why would I do that? The wub wub. Also, I took a bunch of edibles before the stream last night, so you being so bullish at the end was just the opium I needed. I'm always bullish. It's fucking GameStop. At what price point would you be tempted to drastically increase your GME position? Um, I think that below 100, I would begin buying more, without a doubt. Every time you restart the stream, we pop. Scroll through the Cosmic Lab to get an idea of how it went. Was Lightning Warrior ever allowed to speak? Well, he was asking me questions. I don't think I was rude. So do we finally have an eighth week in a row of ending red? I hope so, just so that dumb fucking 741 theory stops getting talked about. Thanks, DBS. Old URL and Discord announcements. Oh, I updated the one on Twitter, I think. Delete. Paste. I just woke up from a coma. Is the discount real? Yes. I tuned in to watch the stream last night, but couldn't do it when I saw it was a dude with a painted face. I hope it went well. It went pretty well, I think. You know the guy, you weren't rude. You're being interviewed by him for your knowledge, more or less. He doesn't have new info to give you, but there's a lot for you to explain to him and his audience. Thanks, Thaddeus. Was the Cosmic Warrior guy really in space? I guess so. Not sure you have thought about DRS allowing a lot of foreign investors to vote with their shares, which they previously were not a possibility. Hmm. I feel like I remember some of the foreign brokerages allowing people to vote, but that is a good point. Another stream with Houston. I don't know, Elon. Aren't you busy today pumping Dogecoin? I tuned in to watch the stream last night, but I couldn't do it when I saw it was a dude with a. Wait, I saw that already. Okay, if they're internalizing all these buys, why are none of them hitting the lit exchange? Or am I misunderstanding something? I mean, they'll release internalization throughout the night, as CNS nets the previous day's FTDs. Um, Also, if they can hold the buy orders long enough and they can cover their FTDs, right? Then they're gonna try to do that, and then they release the buy pressure, and the price can go up once their obligation is cleared, right? I think we're kind of hoping that they can't sustain that for the time it takes to clear their obligation, or at least I am. I don't think they can. I think we saw them trying to relieve some pressure with BBBY yesterday. You got to remember that it's not just GameStop and these ETF baskets, right? Um, it's a lot of different companies, and so um, yeah, I think potentially we may see some upward price action sooner rather than later. Um, but I think they'll try to do this as long as they can. And a close today below max pain is probably good for them, based on their put positions that are still left. Thanks, J Barbs. What's a stock? These nuts. Thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, dude. Hit me up on the Discord and I'll get you added to the country club after the stream's over. Oh no. I've lost. Okay, that's weird. Play that one.
So freaking bad. To be a billionaire. So freaking bad.
Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pitbull fiends, fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
If you had told me a month ago that I would have buy orders filling for $120 today, I would not have believed you. I mean, it's a great opportunity to average down. Oh man, I'm so far behind the chat. I'm with you, dude. If we dip below 100, I'm loading up to the eyeballs. Stream card yesterday for the collab was dope. You look like you got your face painted at the local school carnival or Renaissance fair. In your daily, the block order was institutional interest, but how would a small short position closing look different? They buy 100 blocks, right? Because in after hours, they're trying to push FTDs through CNS. So they buy small amounts. They're not going to buy 735,000 shares in a block order, especially not one that's, you know, like a market order like that. Like they're not going to try to push the price to cover their FTDs. Where the fuck is Epic Pen? Because if they're covering FTDs, they don't want to cover them, you know, from 140 to 180 or whatever we were at. Right? They want to try to cover them all down here. So they wouldn't use a block order to do that because it prices them out. There's FTDs due today. Actually, the FTDs due today are kind of a little high. I mean, we'll see. Most of that was. Oh, Danimals, can you DM me because I can't find you in my DMs. How high could the SPY bounce for the next SLD? I'm thinking it might not make it back up to 473 again. Yeah, I kind of got to agree with you on that. It's not looking good. It's not even looking that good today. I don't know. It can find support here. The SPY might have a decent Friday, actually. Ooh, I need to check something. Oh, I'm getting fucking burned. Hold on one second. I think there's someone at my door. That was weird. Um, why does it matter if he was or wasn't in space? When's the classic volatility is greater than Shannon? When classic volatility is greater than Shannon entropy, stock is violent upside potential. I'm about to have a classical volatility cross above Shannon entropy in what looks like the next few days. Interesting. Yeah, I think as soon as they're able to slip their short volatility position, they're gonna let it run. So I think I mean this is kind of hard to explain to people, but yeah, Aaron, that's kind of what we were hypothesizing is that, you know, as soon as they can shift into that entropy position and we get that crossover, although I'm not sure how it looks for you, but I think that's when they're going to stop internalizing. What does it matter? 900 volume on 121, 110p. Could be sold, might be bought. Can I request Cardi View App's new song for the membership? No. I already had to restart the stream once. Myrna dead? Probably Victor. Yeah, that doesn't look good. It's refilled the bottom. I mean, I guess you have that like bottom volatility. If that's not the floor, it's dead. You have urgent DMs? Schwab just flashed this in my account. I haven't refreshed. It happened when your channel closed. I can't screenshot Schwab. Pick. What the fuck? GameStop up $90? 300%. What the fuck? Interesting. That's a weird fucking glitch. I don't. I mean, I don't know what to do with that. Schwab. Myrna dead. I'm reading technical analysis of the final financial markets and struggling with the difference between ascending and descending triangles versus wedges. Can you draw a pretty picture to explain? I actually think I have a video on that. She sells seashells in the clips channel. I also go over it in the spurt at the beginning, like the spurt video. A lot of people to vote after a mass complaint about it by all the GME holders. Lately, RSS is spreading misinformation, saying only DRS people can vote, which is false. It absolutely is. I think it would be interesting to see a stream with you and a random watcher of your daily stream. Interesting. What prevents them from sustaining internalization forever? The cost. They're creating tail risk for their prime when they begin internalizing. Their prime is not going to let them take on infinite tail risk. It'd be funny when the float is DRS. I think happens. Can you prove that insiders and everyone else aren't lending our shares? Max Payne's still about 135. It's 130. Why is this spike every morning, 8 a.m.? I'm sure it varies, Hugo. But they short the open and then relieve the buy pressure to keep it from running in the morning when they cover FTDs from the previous day. I heard about the new coin. Sounds interesting. I went on Twitter and asked Joe Rogan to talk to you on his show. I think he lost a bunch of money on GameStop and like doesn't like talking about it or something. Holy wow, what a glitch. I mean, someone's Schwab account kind of came up with like a weird, well, it's like a weird thing. I don't really know how to describe it. I don't I'm not into like screenshots, but it's a strange glitch. Right? The cost to infinitely sustain this isn't much for massive short hedge funds. Incorrect, Sir Jimothy. It is very expensive. You're looking at the scope very narrowly. Um, this position extends across an entire sector of consumer discretionary retail. It's very, very expensive. And it's a very, very large short position. Schwab was showing $40 a share earlier this morning. Huh. Maybe we go to 40 and then bounce $89. Can you narrate? Somebody's showing a 300% gain on Schwab. Can we have a discussion about? What? Have you ever noticed how we only get glitches that are bullish? I've yet to see a bearish glitch. Almost like there's some truth to these. Schwab's bullish. I don't know. Check shift search. Don't fucking tease me, Zakir. I swear to God. Jesus Christ. What the actual fuck? If anybody was questioning the sustainability of their internalization, it's getting really expensive. Remember the so who's taking other sides of the short hedge funds trade? Some company is selling them tons of in the money puts. A market maker. And telling the other side of the short hedge fund strategy to suppress the price. Who's on the other side of these trades? They know this is manipulation. How do they benefit? Collecting premiums. We talk about exercising options that are mentioned in book 3. Yeah, sure. What do you want to know? Do you think extra downward pressure is aimed at Jan 21 calls or longer out? It could be aimed at the Jan 21 calls. It could be aimed at the calls for the 14th. There's quite a lot of those. Can you explain the shift search data? I mean, the majority of these puts appear to be bought. They are at the ask. OI increasing. Well, OI is increasing on out of the money puts, which indicates a bullish push. And OI is increasing on in the money puts or decreasing on in the money puts, which means they're trying to get out of them. It looks like a setup for a run. If you remember the SEC report, they talked about how a lot was catalyzed by large numbers of puts coming in. In the beginning, if you look at their graph from the report, it's like a large number of puts coming at the beginning and the end to hedge down the volatility. This looks very similar to that. The dollar, like the notional value is much lower, but this is kind of how it started. Is going back to 40 a possibility? Maybe. I mean, I'm holding my Feb 18s to like the end of this month or near the end of this month. ATP down to 8K to borrow. Nice. Holy DDS. Is DDS doing a thing? No. Why? Why? Why Jets fan? Why you gotta do this to me? Millions of dollars doesn't seem that expensive for them, to be honest. It's not just GameStop. Let's look at XRT. See, XRT, all puts. See, BBBY is call favored. Some puts coming in, but nothing significant. J and W, is it? W? No, JWN. JWN's. Ooh, I know what to look at. It's not significant enough. What's the big? Is it IWF? This looks bullish as fuck too. Well, this has a lot of puts coming in, I guess. Kind of unchanged here. 280 going up. These are just bull spreads. DDS? I don't think DDS has enough of an options chain to see anything. DDS is traded like fucking 30 contracts today. No. Just GameStop. For the most part. XRT's got a lot of puts too. Oh, they let BBBY run yesterday, right? I wonder what AMC looks like. I should check that too. Or IWM. Oh. Like, this shouldn't be a thing, but I'm still convinced a lot of GameStop exposure is trapped in this stupid fucking ETF. Let me check AMC also. I mean, bullish bets on AMC as well. Isn't Citadel the market maker? They're the DMM. There's a lot of market makers. There's not just one. How can they be on both making the market and manipulating the price down and make money? There's not just one market maker. Wolverine is the main options market maker, but there's lots of them. The Citadel is the designated market maker by the NYSE, so they handle order flow for GameStop. But it's not just one entity. AMC going private on Fox News headline last night. If they go private, will my puts print? No. That's interesting. Oh, that's very curious indeed. When? They have to vote for it. They have to do a shareholder vote. AMC delisting itself? Buying out of the money puts doesn't push the price down. In the money puts does. They're selling out of the money puts. It's a credit spread. So you sell out of the money puts, which is a bullish bet, right? And you use the credit to buy calls. It was a mistake. Oh, okay. Fake. Going private, what does that mean? It's apparently not happening. Just fake news. A borrow rate increasing, is that a signal that they are shorting ETFs and now shorting GME directly? Yes. It's minimal though. We want to see more increase in the borrow rate. So you're doing the hedge fund version of a CSP? Yeah. I mean, you can tag me on Reddit, but I'm not gonna look at it till after the stream, Jack. Popcorn subreddit. Spoken on Reddit before and exchanged many comments. I feel like I remember this. Yeah, I mean, tag me and I'll try to get to it later today if I have time. Fox Business Twitter posted and took it down within half an hour. It was very sus. Huh. How much would it cost them to drop it to 115? I have no idea. Like right now? I mean, there's not a lot of strength on the bid side of the order book, so they could probably, if they really slammed it. That's fine. Been trying to share this with you for a few days. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I try to get to things on Reddit, but it's overwhelming. I mean, like I have like 140 messages that I haven't even gotten to on Reddit right now. So I understand. It can be kind of hard to get in touch with me through there. You could DM me on Discord if you want. That's probably a better way. An opinion on me and CRTX. CRTX looks pretty good this morning. Me just keeps falling off a cliff. This isn't looking super great either. And it's dirt cheap. This is if you're interested in me, I would say it's more of a long-term like buy and hold kind of investment. Uh if you Stefan's got some information on them on the Discord. He did like kind of a deep dive into them. It looks bullish, but it's probably going to take them some time to realize value. How often would Fidelity raise the borrow rate? Is it once daily or they adjust it throughout the day? I mean, if it goes up a lot, they can adjust it throughout the day. Still no real volume. FTD's compressing further by the day. The thing is a powder keg. Light it up. Well, essentially, you have CNS, and if CNS can't sufficiently clear due to lack of volume, then, they're going to internalize. And then, either those internalized orders are going to be printed to the lit market, or there's a possibility of like the obligations warehouse, but I don't think this is true. I think more than likely they'll let it print to the lit market before they would let it go to the obligations warehouse. Their size and hubris will be their downfall. Their biggest strength will end up being their biggest weakness in the end. It's a very bullish statement. VWAP disciple. I like it. How can I get a cost basis of $2? Can you slim it down to $2? I'm interested in you in a long-term way. Thank you. Is this takedown because they need to let it run eventually, or is it to take us sub $100 for the psychological play? You mean the psychological play of getting us to buy a shitload more? Because that seems like a dangerous game. There's a lot more people that'll buy at 100 or sub 100 than will buy at 120. Oh, Bob, there is no GameStop in the Russell 2000. Right? But that doesn't mean that obligations for GameStop are not owed. That's something it's hard to, well, probably impossible for us to prove, but I think it's possible. I mean, it's a theory, right? But I think there's a strong possibility, given that we still track with IWM, that there are obligations due GameStop or due for GameStop deliverables that need to be satisfied in the Russell 2000. Fidelity is down to 7,142 shares remaining. Yeah, they're shorting. 2 notifications about BlackRock earnings this morning. One says they had an EPS of 39.18. The other says 10.42. Interesting. Is there a way to see or determine if CNS is failing due to liquidity? I mean, the after hours run the other day kind of looks like that. How long can they hold buys internally? As long as their margin will allow. You guys have to remember that these guys aren't just sitting on like a massive amount of margin for fun times, right? They have their margin deployed in every corner of the market. So they don't have a lot of like wiggle room or like a big amount of funds to throw at this without, selling something. You know, when they talk about like Archegos being leveraged to the hilt, they were like all of their funds, the maximum amount of funds they could obtain were fully deployed. What Girk does with his Feb calls depends on the context of this whole position, risk tolerance, and his at-risk capital. You can't assume his moves are good for you or your position necessarily. That's correct. You should not follow other people's plays. You should do what's right for your position and not try to copy mine, because I can guarantee our risk tolerance is way different. What's call volume like right now? Picking, no, that's the wrong stock. Hold on. Um, 953,000 April 150s were just purchased, or $950,000 worth of April 150s were just bought. It's like $1 million. Or just popped up at least. Is this just not them simply getting the price as low as possible for when they have to cover lots of FTDs 20th through the 25th? It's possible. It's been a long time since I played TFT. Since I started this, I haven't played, so 9, almost 10 months. What do you guys think of the claim that the after hours trading is where all the gains are going? It's possible. What's the obligation warehouse? The obligation warehouse is facilitates the matching of obligations for members of submitted by members of U.S. securities. It's a service that supports bilateral matching of X clearing and failed obligations in real time. And it stores eligible unsettled transactions, including securities exited from the NSCC's CNS, or continuous net settlement system. Non CNS system, so ACATs, and balance order transactions and special trades. And it provides ongoing maintenance, servicing of those obligations, including daily checks for CNS eligibility, periodic updates for mandatory corporate actions, until those obligations are settled, canceled, or otherwise closed in the system. It will also provide enhanced something. What does it do? It provides recaps on a pre-announced schedule, and the people who can use it are members of the NSCC, and FINRA rules requires them to use recaps. So I sort of could you get monastery bell tolls every time Jamie halts? You never answered my earlier super chats asking if you still think they underestimate us. Oh, their size and hubris will be their downfall. Do you think they're underestimating retail and our ability to figure out what they were doing? Maybe. or have enough money to ignore us for the short term. We should do a post-stream game for fun. Maybe. I'm playing TFT right now. It's dope. I used to play it while I traded all the time. Have you ever noticed how closely AMD follows the SPY? I mean, it's very heavily weighted in the S&P 500, right? It's a big company. Do you think they're covering anything in these bounces around 120? Likely. Do you still hold any 170s? Did I have 170s for Fab? No, I think I had 170s for Jan 21, which I would have rolled out to February. I have some 140s that I bought by accident when they were in the money. I have 150s, 180s, 200s, 220, 250, 260, 280, 300, and 350. And I have April 200s as well, and January 28th 180s. Morning at 10:24 a.m. View Up Dan Sample sent you a super chat that you missed with a question about underestimating retail. I don't know if they care if we understand their position. I think they're more concerned with just trying to get out of it. Why does IVFX strikes differently when they are so close together? Like a 170 could have more gains than a 168, for example. Different volatility, like sensitivity to volatility, different gamma. With the amount of shares traded so far, how did they not cover? Why cover if you don't have to? Most of the shares traded on GameStop, most of the volume turnover has been due to options and hedging. Especially if you go back earlier in this year. Do you think they'll be able to dodge Jangex by shorting it below again? I mean, they're gonna. It looks like they're gonna try, or to try to maintain the price below. But you have to remember a lot of leaps in January were bought even below this price point. What are you expecting for the first end of next week? For the end of next week? I mean, I expect the pressure to continue mounting. I don't know when it's going to break. There's no way to tell. All we know is they're taking a position with a large amount of tail risk and asymmetric risk. The systems find equilibrium, and they tend to do it all on their own. We have institutional block order that came in on the 7th, quite a large one. We have institutions buying credit spreads. That's not retail. The values are far too high and consistent. Call OI keeps going up, and the IV skew is moving towards bullish. I think what they're trying to do is hold the price down and escape their short volatility positions, move those out by buying, a long theta negative gamma position further out in the year and dodge the near-term IV spike. I think once they can facilitate that swap, they'll let it run. have no idea. Queen of the Bear. Last night you talked about there being no more surprise factor. So it's reasonable to assume that collectively they have been trying to figure out how to get out of this cycle. They have to be thinking that we aren't as dumb as we were last year, right? It's not about dumb versus smart money. They're concerned with our leverage and capital. And it's not like we're 10 investors sitting in a boardroom discussing strategy, right? Like I can put out a DD today that explains everything the short hedge funds are doing in great detail, and 50% of people are going to call me a shill. Like it's just there's no what's the word I want here? Yeah, there's no consensus, right? That that's good. Yeah, there's no consensus. And so in our ability to act quickly is greatly diminished, whereas theirs is not, right? They're highly liquid, they're mobile, and they have a consensus. That doesn't mean we're not looking good for JanFab. That's I know all anybody's concerned about is, are we going, this is the question, are we going to run in the next few weeks? And the answer is yes, I think we are. So our greatest strength is our unpredictability. I don't know if that's a strength, but it might help. I mean, the unpredictable part is kind of over, right? Where they didn't expect us to buy and hold and wait an entire fucking year. Now that we've, shown that that's the position we're going to maintain, they have to figure out how to defeat that, right? If they can't facilitate that swap, they take massive losses on an IV spike into their short volatility positions. Harmonization. Let's see. Baby falling off a cliff. Okay. Thanks, Popcorn Trader. Are they able to facilitate the swap? Does that mean they will greatly decrease how much this could run for this cycle? It means that, so if they pull it off, it means that they can move the position out, and they expect to short the peak. Right? So by moving their short volatility position out further, this gives them the leverage to short the peak. And what they hope is that, over time, they can bring the price back down and the volatility back down to where this position becomes profitable again. So essentially trading near-term profits for long-term theta in order to capture the whole breadth of the movement instead of getting blown up by volatility going long here. But that's just one of many positions on GameStop, right? That's not everything. If that peak is high enough, there won't be any borrowable shares, right? So no shorting of the peak. And it can also blow up like entrenched short positions, which would cause the peak to be even higher. So it's not like they know they can defeat it, but it's that they reduce short-term risk. On my Schwab account we're running. I heard. So short hedge funds are well aware with all the hype around the end of the months. They may let it run some, but not MOASS this month. Yeah. I mean, letting it run is very risky right now for them, I think. I think until they can facilitate a shift into a better position, they need to try to suppress the price as much as possible. Entropy swaps, XRT, volatility swaps, IWM. Yeah, that's possible. That's what I'm saying is that we can now predict how they will try to move. They can't predict what retail will do, and that's more dangerous to them than anyone knows. I mean, I can kind of predict what retail will do. I'm sure they can too. And retail's not going to do anything super surprising anymore, right? We're also entrenched in our long position now. I think the buying of long-term calls has thrown them for a bit of a loop. We saw that with them pre-hedging the November run. We see that with them, trying to slam the delta in December, or the gamma exposure in December. We sort of still see the effects of that now as like retail's holding calls that we should have paper handed quite some time ago. And this is creating an inverse reaction from them, right? Where they tried. So since we're holding large amounts of potential delta further out, this is causing them to have to short the price of the stock in order to prevent that delta from being realized. I have no idea who that is, Muhammad. It's not really a long position, right? They just move their short volatility position out and give it time, right? And then they try to open shorts at the peak. Can the same manipulation happen to the SPY? It's harder. It's very liquid. In your infinite wisdom, what's the most likely scenario you see playing out? I think as soon as they've covered a sufficient number of FTDs to mitigate losses and they've moved their volatility positions, they'll stop internalizing and let the price of the stock run. And they'll try to, I mean, hopefully, I guess on their end, they hope they can contain that run and that, you know, FOMO won't be significant, especially from outside investors. You know, that's a lot of the reason for the negative news sentiment surrounding GameStop in the last couple of weeks, right? Is to kind of tamp down any fires that might be lighting up with outside investors or, you know, people that aren't currently in GameStop. They don't want FOMO because FOMO means that an expected run could run far out of their control, right? So you release positive news. Let the stock run. Right. And then slam the price back down. And then release negative news. So all the investors that got excited here who weren't in GameStop and were like, I'm going to buy in, GameStop's going to do its thing again. Now they're sad, right? Continue to internalize buy pressure while dropping the price means that the public views the negative news as true. It adds validity to the negative news. Then down here, attempt to cover FTDs. And shift volatility positions. Drag this out as long as possible. And then drop the internalization. Let the stock run, but all these people don't care anymore. They're like, oh, it's just going to go right back down again. Right? And in this way, they can prevent FOMO. Flip. And hopefully stabilize their long-term volatility position to the short side. Well, everyone falls for this playbook. That's why it works. Oh, I agree. I agree. Hey, Cosmic. What's up, dude? Definitely a fun talk, man. I appreciate you having me on. I hope some of your theories hit the mark so close that they think they have a mole. That 750K block order was a buy, yeah, not covering. And it came after the late night run up. It was not related. Oh, dude, thank you so much, man.
Welcome to Carnation.
Appreciate the support. Ollie, Cosmic skips leg day. I don't think so. He seems like a leg day kind of guy. Check Discord DMs. Look at Cosmic Lightning Warrior and buying trading YouTube money. When internalization goes to the lit market, will they release gradually or just let it rip? That depends on if they're still covering or not, Tammy. If they're still covering, they're going to release it gradually, right? In order to keep the price low as long as possible. If they've moved their short volatility positions and they feel safe with letting it rip, they'll just dump it all at once. I can't believe they still believe. I can't believe that there's a single fucking retail investor in AMC still. It's actually shocking. One thing I disagreed with last night's stream is that RC being silent is the smartest thing he can do. I think he is building expectation too high and setting up for disappointment. Maybe. I've thought about that. Yeah, but that's sweet. I own AMC NFT. Why do you say you can't believe that retail is still in AMC? Because their CEO has basically sold out his entire position. Their CFO has sold out their entire position. I mean, what the fuck are you in for at this point? Just to feed Citadel fucking covered call money? The company's dragging around bags of debt so fucking big they could sink Adam Aaron in a swimming pool. It's hard because he's very buoyant. I'm looking around the 25th to probably roll out my Feb calls a little further if nothing happens by then. It's like buying into Blockbuster after Netflix had been out for 2 years. It's literally that. It took a picture in front of a cornfield. Yeah, that's the land he's buying with his shareholders' money. That's not necessarily true, Daniel Blaze. Just because they have a plan doesn't mean it's going to work. They had a plan when they shorted GameStop and all of consumer discretionary, right? That didn't fucking play out very well for them. I'm in an AMC recently. I bought one share so I can tell everyone I own more AMC shares than the AMC CFO. I've had the same thought regarding RC setting expectations too high, but then I consider the talent that he has attracted and brought in and find it extremely unlikely that they would have jumped ship from previous employers without an extraordinary opportunity. I agree. I think whatever RC releases, he thinks it's groundbreaking enough, and his staff does as well. I had a dream last night that you weren't live. Checked GME and they were ripping. Tried logging into my brokerages. They were all down. It was terrible. My mind is preparing me. How did we run 250 to 115? How does that make sense? You just short the stock. We also ran from like 130 to 180 the other night on 890,000 volume. The price is fake. Dark pool volume still trading, $30 above us. The options chain is pricing us higher. This is unsustainable. Are we discussing dicks again? Of course. They started entering their short position in 2015. Well, most of their short position, the majority of it is under $5. So very, very far underwater even now. Cosmic's not going to become a Dan. No one wants to be a Dan. It's just what you do after you lose money in options and you still want to buy more. Thanks, Green-Eyed Bandit Elixir. That's fair, man. Use your own judgment. That's what you should do. Latest on Yelia from Delta Neutral? I don't. What kind of numbers are we talking about in terms of what this is costing them daily to suppress the price? If you had to absolutely guess ballpark figure, add as many caveats as you need. No way to. We don't know the number of FTDs they have. We can make a rough estimate based on MM and ETF numbers, but we don't know how many FTDs are rolling in from futures contracts. We don't know how much is being internalized. We can look at dark pool volume and we can look at like non-block orders and make a rough estimate, but those estimates could fall extremely short of the actual number, or and so there's no point. You simply have to be patient. You're trying to find or dig for hopium, and it's not worth it. You're looking for hope at a time when you need conviction. Check shift search, new put position for Feb 18. Ooh, 195s. Sold. $9 million, 195 puts sold. That's pretty fucking bullish. Hold on. I'm gonna update that on Reddit. That seems kind of important. Mm. Maybe they're not sold. Fuck, that's hard to tell. They're like right at the mid. These are kind of neutral. I thought the ask was higher. Mm. I think these might be bought. These were from 15 minutes ago. Hmm. It's not good. I don't I don't know. I don't think they're it's too hard to tell they're at neutral, but based on the price action, I would say they're probably bought. I got all excited. Tesla dead. Hmm. Possibly. I don't know. If it breaks VWAP here, that's pretty bullish. It's still trading just under. I think a crossover could pick up some volatility. Thanks, Subway Cup. Why would you buy puts that high? To short the stock. That was a lot. I don't know. I feel like it's bullish in a sense that they're buying so fucking many. Like, that's a lot of capital in one day to bring the price of GameStop down fucking $6. Those are bought. They're priced at 55 at 10:50 a.m. Last trade was 80.75. Are you sure your options data just isn't updated? Last, I don't have last. Interesting. Let me check somewhere else. 1 second. Last trade. $195. Oh, this is the wrong date. Hold on. $15. $95. Last trade 82.40. Looks like it was above. Oh, that's last price. Last price. 82.40 looks like it's above the ask. I don't know. I'll check again in like 30 minutes and see if we get some more updated data on the, because there's no change in OI either, so it's not looking like sold. Why is everyone? Never mind. I know why. I mean, your Feb options are down right now. Like if you have Feb options, they're down because the price is down. They're not. It's not like the theta's destroying them. It's the price drop. If the price runs back up, they'll realize value pretty quickly. It's definitely to get people to shake the delta exposure. Imagine having nothing better to do than spread FUD in a YouTube chat all morning. I pay for real-time opera data too, but I'm showing a different price. I'm gonna wait till IBKR cycles and see what it says. Looks like Jimmy's just following the market the last 5 days, so it's possible the stock's not actively being shorted. It's just following the market right now. I mean, it's both, right? They're actively shorting the downtrend in the market. Feels like something from the film 300. This is where we hold them. Plus, Pi-Fi is the Persian King guy. But I have 69 shares in this account. I don't want to buy more. It's such a perfect number. The only then I have to buy like 300 shares, and that's expensive. 400. No, 300 and what? 341? No. 351 shares. Used to consider Gen Feb with the highest squeeze potential. Yeah. Can you explain how or why Jimmy would be following the market? Jimmy's not very strongly weighted in the indexes it's in, right? So a negative trend in the index is likely to correlate with a negative trend in the stock. Much like heavier weighted companies, positive trend would shift the trend in the index. So if like Apple's ripping, the Russell 1000 is going to look pretty good. People new to options are buying long dated options, but are more likely to paper hand if they see the massive unrealized losses. Yeah. That's right. I sold D-settlement next Friday. I know, double down. There's no point to wait for Monday for the theta drop. I mean, the theta drop between now and Monday is going to be pretty insignificant. Make 69 accounts. Yeah, we talked about the 9 million in the money puts. We're still trying to determine if they were bought or sold. One's extremely bullish, the other's, yeah. After the Feb 21 run above 300, they shorted hard down to about 105 one day, and we held strong and it bounced back up. This is the same thing in slow motion. That was after earnings, but yeah. It was like right around this price point. On TOS bid ask for those 190 puts right when they started transacting was 78.30, 83.15. By the time they were finished and consolidated at 80.45, 81.70. Most of those purchases were near 80.5. Yeah, see, so it's still kind of in the middle. It's hard to tell. And the fact that the ask went up or the ask went down, I mean, but the bid went up. I don't know. It's hard to say. Like if the bid had also gone down, then it'd skew like a little more bullish. But both the ask went down and the bid went up, so it's kind of hard to say. It was a lot of fucking money though. I guess we could look at it this way. Either they spent $9 million to drop the price of the stock fucking $6, or, you know, they are loading up on super bullish in the money call bets because they expect the stock to run, or put bets. Yeah, based on the price action, I think they're bought. Historically, does SL week cause GME price to increase or decrease temporarily? It doesn't really seem to have that much of an effect, in my opinion. I expect a price action next week with the increase in FTDs and the increasing cost of suppressing the price. Yeah. I mean, I expect it soon. I don't know which week it's going to be. This week, next week, beginning of February. I don't know how long they can internalize for. There's things we know about internalization, like it's unsustainable. There's things we don't know, like how long they can do it for, because we have it's not like we have their book and we can look at their, you know, their negative, like their tail risk. It's just, we have no idea how long they can hold it for. Historically, it's not that long. And I mean, they're already, you know, maxed out on ETF creation over the last several weeks. They've been dumping a lot of money into bringing down this sector. Thanks, Mark Proteus. You think 100 is unavoidable at this point? No. Having DDS calls seems like getting a rare Pokemon card. Fidelity at 5,283. Interesting. I just want to see the, you know what I want to see over the next couple days? I want to see the borrow rate continue up. I want to see more short side desperation. I don't think there's that much GameStop available to borrow, contrary to popular belief, but I think the SEC lending pool is a little more dry than we think, and I think it's very sensitive to heavy borrowing. Maybe they're trying to shake off as much retail as they can to secure a net long position and actually make money off a legitimate bull run. Hedge their short position on a legitimate bull run. How can hedge funds lose if they're able to constantly invest in one another? That's a good question. I mean, a properly hedged hedge fund shouldn't be able to lose, right? The same with a market maker. Like they should be mostly neutral in their positions with minimal risk. Unfortunately, greed and hubris sometimes take the wheel. Is there anything to find out how much short hedge funds lost in the VW squeeze? You know, I read an article somewhere on the VW squeeze that had kind of like a tally of the amount of money short hedge funds lost during it. I can't remember what it was, but it was in the billions. How can they be losing money buying puts when the prices only declined? Seems like they're making money. I mean, if they sold those puts, but then the price would go up, right? So the puts aren't really super profitable. They're just there to sustain price action and continue the downward trend. What's keeping you bullish at this point? I feel like it'll go back up. They're probably hedged given the length of time they've been owned for, Matt. If they're institutional, they might get hedged or exercised. If they're retail, maybe not. See, I don't understand why Ryan Cohen would have bought into his initial position and not bought like leaps at the same time. I guess I wonder if they have to declare that like an options position. Hmm. Like, why wouldn't he have just bought like $20 calls for the rest of his position? The borrow rate's up a little bit on IBKR over the last couple days. The borrow rate went up on Fidelity today for the first time in a long time since June, I think. I've seen it at 0.8, but I think June was the last time it hit 1.2, and today it went up to 1. 38 billion in losses. Thanks, Rika. That sounds about right. Because the open interest already existed when those puts were created, right? Stopped once I left my parents' house. I grew up going to church, but stopped once I left my parents' house. Never really felt that unquestioning faith that everyone talked about. The weird thing is that with GME, I finally know what it feels like. Whether it's 2 weeks or 2 years, this is gonna rip. Hashtag not a cult. Thanks, Dan Almighty. I think this is I would have called GME a faith-based play. But I guess I understand what you mean. Citadel, the hedge fund, and Citadel, the MM, are not the same entity. So losses accrued by one entity or the other are accrued by that entity. They're not shared. They don't have, the same book. It's not like they can just, that's not how it works. Any thoughts on BBIG making another move up? I have no idea. Are the 300,000 puts significant next Friday? They're not. How do short hedge funds use them to their advantage? They don't anymore. They just expire worthless. Or they rehedge if volatility spikes. Didn't Porsche eventually disclose their options positions, hence the squeeze? Yes. IBKR back to 100K to borrow. It's about faith in the data and the numbers. So it already existed. That means those contracts already existed. So buying those contracts wouldn't change the hedging, right? I mean, it would, right? They're selling to open and then they get a buyer, right? Which would then cause them to hedge. Quick question if they're, but also OI won't update till later in the day. So if those contracts were sold to open, then that would update later. Is it possible to estimate the equilibrium floor price where the shorts can't short it anymore because retail refuses to sell? Is that a thing? I mean, that's kind of like what I was looking at with the entropy swaps, was like, at what point does it become beneficial for them to flip their volatility position? So like kind of where's the low that they're seeking? Rolling my Feb calls near the end of this month, like the 25th of January. So don't use the date I'm choosing to roll my calls to determine your own position. Do what's best for your own position. Group reading the SEC report again for the third time. Can you share which page is most significant for you? I think the page where they describe that there is no gamma squeeze shed light on a lot of the other information that they offered up. There's a lot of hints in there without directly saying anything. But they also give the data to point out their implications. You kind of have to read between the lines because, you know, they're trying not to piss anyone off, right? They're trying to remain neutral and just report on the situation. I'm gonna call Costco, see if I can get an advance on my yearly Costco cashback so I can buy this dip. Wish me luck. Best of luck to you, turd. Fidelity down to 4,861. Good. How far in the money were the Porsche positions on VW? Do you think short hedge funds wish they'd shorted more to avoid the gex like they did with us in December? I think short hedge funds in the VW squeeze shorted as much as they feasibly could to avoid the gamma exposure and ultimately failed. Also, I think there were European options. They don't quite work the same way, but I mean, the Greeks do. It's just the ways they can be exercised or sold. Although I don't know if that was a thing in 2008. Do you think there would be a large percent of holders taking profits when we hit 300 in fear of them rug pulling again? I mean, you hope not. It's hard to say what the psychology of being down will do to people when they're up. Listen here, Quant. Tell me what dates I should buy. I don't want to have to think. Too bad. You can have faith in the data and numbers, but are numbers even real? I don't see them in nature. Like there's no two-shaped trees. Makes you think. Fuck off, Ghost of Dan. What would the impact of them flipping their volatility position for have for them and longs? I mean, if they were able to flip it and they're internalizing orders until they're able to do so, then you know they're betting by doing that. They're betting that IV spikes in the short term, but not in the long term, right? Like if you think something's going to squeeze, you can buy like puts before the squeeze because it'll come down, right? Maybe that's an easy way to understand it. Did you end up taking a position in cat? I didn't. I probably should have, but I didn't. I just forgot. How much more info does Adam Aaron have about the extent his company is shorted compared to the info released to the public? I mean, not much more, but I don't think he gives a shit. He's selling all his shares, right? If MOASS were to occur, how much would last? What? percentage wise, your best guesstimation of the Jan Feb run up not happening? Oh, I think we're gonna run. I'm still very confident in it. This price action doesn't make me less confident in the thesis. I don't know. Pressure is mounting. Meditation. From a technical aspect, we look good to pop off any day. From a fundamental aspect, we don't know when that'll happen. I would say that the fundamental aspect is probably more accurate in this regard. Man, everyone's so uncomfortable being down. Just fucking relax. Hold, wait, be patient. Anything significant on 8/3/21? 8/3/21? August? August 6th was the first, or was the beginning of the ETF or FTDs for that cycle. But that was here, August 6th. Did we run there? August 3rd. Just down. I don't see anything like significant there. I haven't had any coffee today yet. Oh, wait, no, I have. Do I have a coffee? Where the fuck did I put it? Ooh. I do have coffee. Every fucking hedge fund manager donates money to both parties. So the fun is that he can just internalize past Feb 18. See lots of Fed FUD this morning. You're talking about internalizing for like another like 20 fucking trading days plus. Jesus Christ. That's how long we have till Feb 18. Thirty-five calendar days till Feb 18. Relax. Only frustration I have is that I have to watch price action all day because it will pop unexpectedly, but drop is bullish. Violent reversal inbound. So back when me and the quant team first started like building this theory, everyone bought like a bunch of September 17th calls. for the run on August 24th. Because we still weren't sure if this was going to happen. So we wanted enough time to bail on our calls if the run didn't occur, right? These calls we bought, weeks in advance, and we were down massively, 80% in some cases. And on the run on the 24th, those calls printed like hard. You guys, a lot of you were on stream that day. And the ones that, even just the ones I had in WeBull, saw tremendous gains. So, I mean, it's just patience and the price. Like there's the theta's fine. Irritation and irrational FUD is a breath of fresh air. Kick him in the dicks. Thanks, FUD kicker. Thanks, Jay. Do we know how large Citadel's margin is? No, but we know how much assets they have under management, sort of. It's like 200 and what was the last report? 225 million. No DD. I don't think it's really my DD to put out. A responsible hedging strategy is to diversify their political holdings. Yes, Republicans are cheaper, but Dems give a similar ROI. Yeah, you just make sure that whoever gets elected owes you something. I've been down 95% or so on calls that turn into 400% gains. $117 for a company with $1 billion in cash and some of the best business at the helm. I'm super bullish. Chill, people. Yeah, seriously. Everyone's getting worked up, and they should really just be enjoying the fucking fantastic dip we're experiencing and buying more if they want to average down, or just holding through it, because this isn't shit we haven't seen before. Yeah, I know she's like working on one right now or something. Garrick, you've been putting in overtime. You had a late show last night. You could take an hour off and give yourself some break today. We can catch back up with you in the afternoon. I don't know. I like watching the stock. I'm not gonna lie. I'll probably get some lunch or something in a bit. But I was in the last 72 hours, I've slept 6. So one time I ate 2 pizzas. I got pretty sick. Average down 220C to 160 off this dip. Feels good. Fuck yeah, man. Can you please explain if and why the detection of a sweep is important for options? I mean, usually big sweeps, depends on the notional value, but big like $1 million sweeps are bullish bets by institutions, right? And they're not placing those unless, you know, they're expecting a return. Like they're not risking that capital, right? Like they have a return that they expect and it's in sight. Are we still tracking from last year's price action? No. I mean, the after hours run up sort of tracks with some shit that happened last year. This year's way different. The mechanics at play are the same, but the way those play out is not going to be. We're supposed to do something with our options after we buy them. I don't know. What do you want to do with them? Probably sell them when they're worth more than you bought them for. Or exercise them if they're worth a lot more than you bought them for. If I were only to hold shares that thought holds, but every day that goes by is one day closer to Feb 18 and one day closer to my calls being worthless. So sure, this price doesn't matter. You have to, I mean, you have to manage that. Roll your calls out if you're uncomfortable with the length of time you have on your position, Barta. It's not like you don't have options. With XRT back in the limelight right now, don't you think we should try and get some eyes on the history of manipulating ETFs? I put out an entire video on the history of manipulating ETFs. There's plenty of DD on it. I really don't care. XRT's been corrupt as fuck forever. Everyone knows it. I just don't, it's not relevant. Like the history of manipulating ETFs is a well-known factor. You get a 3-day weekend, so take some Ambien on Sunday after the stream and sleep till Tuesday morning. Gertrude Stocks like special post-net clarity. Sounds like a lot of people have never lost money on options. Those options will print hard in the long run. There's always a cheaper price to buy them. Timing the bottom's hard. Yeah. Did Max Payne drop? $5. Okay, if your Feb 18 option is down 80%, the corresponding March 18 option is also fucking way down. So, no, that's not how that works. You just lose the theta. Theta on GameStop's expensive, but it doesn't mean you can't roll options. Like, how much is a March 18 150 right now? Um, 1140. So it's about $300 cheaper than where I bought this Feb 150. March 200s or 600. There's about, yeah. So they're, you know, you lose the money on the theta. You have to buy more theta, but you don't have to roll to the same strike. I could sell my 150 and roll to a March 200. You know, there's a lot of options. If you feel trapped in by your theta, you can always roll. It's one of the beauties of options positions is that they're very flexible. If they keep closing out XRT FTDs on T plus 13, it's just begun. It already started. They can keep shorting XRT on the threshold list as long as they have a pre-borrow agreement. That's on 130 Jan 28th. It's currently 575. I mean, I like the strike. I'm not a huge fan of the short amount of time available to it. The problem you're seeing right now is that, like, even though the price is down, options are being priced for a much higher move. So they're priced relative to a higher price point than what we're trading at. It doesn't defeat the purpose of a threshold list. If you have a pre-borrow agreement, then the shorts you're creating can't be FTD'd. So it's very much in line with the definition of the threshold list and its purpose. Shouldn't people be buying options at dates that at least include T plus 2 of the monthly? Yeah, but those tend to be weeklies, Kid Rune. So the best option, especially when you're far out and there's a lot of time until that date is realized, is to just buy where the liquidity is, which will be the next block of monthly options. Well, la-di-da, Mr. Smarty Financial Pickle. What? I think the real question here is if you don't understand. I mean, you're in it now already, right? There is no difference, Charles. That's literally what rolling is. It's just selling and buying another contract. Was there a double hedging rule if options are past a certain date? Yeah, if they're past, if they're hedging synthetically, and the option is T plus 2 plus 35 from the day you buy it or further, they have to hedge twice because their initial hedge will FTD. The next block for options in March 18th. Yeah. I mean, I have some Aprils because I bought them on that dip and they looked attractive at the time. Obviously, they're down now, but because they were like 200 strikes. I think we were trading at like 150 when I bought them. But I would most likely, if I'm rolling my contracts, currently I'm looking at, I'm not going to do it anytime soon. So I just want to make this really fucking clear because a lot of people got super confused about this yesterday. I have no intention of rolling my options until after January 25th. And all but 10 of my current options contracts are for February 18th. But if I do roll in the event that nothing occurs by January 25th and I decide to roll forward my contracts, I am going to roll my deep out of the money calls to Feb. What was the date? 25th. So anything 200 plus. Then anything below 200 that's still retaining value. I'm going to roll out to March 18th. That's pretty simple. What would a comparable IV play synonymous with the Jan 950? What do the Junes go up to? June 680s. It's time. Do it. What am I doing? Ryan Pineapple Pizza Cohen. I'm not rolling early. God damn, son of a bitch. Okay, I know you guys think you're being funny, but you're just spreading FUD for those that are unsure. Do you use WeBull primarily to buy your contracts? No. I don't have a lot of money in this account. Like I think the total value of this account is like sub $20,000. Definitely is now. 120 safe. Got to feed the fam this week. You should sell your chair. GME utilization rate at 84%. See, it's going down to 90. Seems unlikely. Are you going to cashless exercise all of your options during MOASS? It's like an easy 100K shares for you, right? If we went high enough. Yeah. I mean, if MOASS occurs and we don't just experience a lot of volatility with upside movement, then yeah, I could get a lot of shares from exercising. Even more, because I'll buy contracts on the way up as well. Thanks, Silence of the Dance. I'll get around to modding myself one day. I like how GameStop can be worth 13 billion one day and not the next. I was able to average down from 215 to 180 this past week. This past month, thanks to the dips. Be greedy when others are fearful. Exactly. Thanks, Silence of the Dunes. Doesn't have a lot of money in the account. 20K. That's more than I've made in 8 years of popcorn trading. What's the longest dated VXX calls you would recommend? I'm minor for June currently, but they're in the money. Like you mean as a portfolio hedge? I have them in the money for June for VXX and UVXY. Do you really think 150 calls will get in the money until Feb 18? Yes. All brokers cashless. There's two types of exercise. Or you just have enough money to exercise it. Just averaged down my contracts, picked up 15 more shares. No diapers for me this month. Going commando. Fuck yeah, Grandpa John. Dick's out for MOASS. You have any plans for the long weekend? Try to sleep, I guess. What do you buy options after RC said the options are hodl and hold? Just curious. Oh, Jesus Christ. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. Check Discord DMs. Eight weeks of down, 4 weeks of up. I know where the window is. Do you have any I told you so speeches prepared? Nah. Why? Because you're fucking trying to interpret just a vague tweet to fit the narrative that you want to talk about. And I am holding my options, which is what he said, right? 841 is the real theory. I mean, it's an oversimplification of a complex thing. How much are you invested in GME total? A lot. Can we get some new emotes on Discord? You gotta ask Winter. It's just what do you recommend I store a goat for the next 8 weeks? I got a little prematurely excited on Moana happening on Freg's Day and ordered one. I live in a city. Fuck. Closet? Maybe one of the bathrooms? I don't think the longs need to do a lot of pushing to the downside to get cheaper prices. AKA options control the price. To an extent. They shouldn't, but to an extent they do, yeah. It's simple and will calm people down and let them know how bullish they should be. There you go, guys. 8 weeks down, 4 weeks up. Ugh. Disgusting. What happened to the happy gherkin emoji? Did that only get loaded into Discord and not YouTube, or did it get removed? I have no idea. I don't handle any of that. Do you think DOV has some Feb 18s? I don't know. Did you get a chance to see the alternate reality streamer pic I sent you in the midst of everything? I don't think so. You sent it? Um, I want this to be the name of my channel so bad. Inflation is transitory. Markets are closed for MLK. Does that move any dates? None, no significant ones. What's the 8 weeks down, 4 weeks up thing? Is that just for lulz or what? Sorta. It's not inaccurate. It's just an oversimplification. A lot happens in those 4 weeks up. I love that it's called Wow Pow. What's up, Sean Daniels, rehypothecated pigeon oil? How you been, dude? Oh, September written on the screen earlier. Oh, we were discussing previous call options that were also down and then went up a bunch. Borrow fee on eyebrow desk just increased to 1%. That's significant. I'm going to update Reddit on that. Oh, this is fun. Yeah, I know. Fidelity borrow rate went up this morning. That means that they're tapping into the SEC lending pool. They're getting desperate. Give me a double-digit borrow rate or give me food stamps. Listen, they're both going up. That's good. Video's down like 50% from September 2018 for like 18 months. I think people aren't even down 50% with GME. I think we're doing pretty good. Yeah, I don't think most people's like stock position is down super hard. Options are down, which is tough for people because of theta. It makes it scary. Do you consider this 2-month shorting extravaganza to be included in the future price dip targets again, or do you think this is them blowing their nut as a last ditch and not likely to happen again? I think they're kind of blowing their wad, just all of it. They're getting desperate means that we're about 8 months away from MOASS. Are there issues with buying calls now with higher IV in the 120s? I mean, yeah, but the price is significantly lower. Where are you looking to buy calls that have 120 IV? Does IV spike that hard? No. Dude, at the money IV is like fucking 100%. And it's up, but it's not up significantly. It's still under 100% for leaps. My stock position is down like 35%. Yeah, sounds about right. Yeah, unfortunately I bought in a bunch on the last dip. So I'm kind of tapped out for now. I bought in big on this one. Was it the 5th? Yeah, here. So I'm like $15 underwater from where I bought in. On my like when I average down. Why dip into the lending pool? I'd imagine because they need to. They could have tapped XRT out already today. And possibly other ETFs. Maybe they're trying to drop the price to get XRT to buy more shares. To maintain weight? Would they need to? If average, isn't your average like $40? No, it's I don't actually know what it is after my last options buy-in, but before it was like 72 something. 72 and change. It's higher now. It's probably like 70, 76 or 77. IBQR still shows 8% to me. Refresh it. If I was going to make an IV play, I'd probably buy June 680s or Jan 2023 950s. Maybe like March 500s also. Or 400s. Yeah, I see 1.03. Are you guys looking at that stupid fucking Stonka tracker thing? That thing takes forever to update. Can you do a fun poll? I don't know. Let me see if the sentiment on this has changed. In other words, can short hedge funds avoid paying any borrow rate if they borrow return in the same day? Yeah. How much of my portfolio? I should probably have this in a spreadsheet, but I don't. Let's see. It's like mid to high 60%. I'm just looking at it on my whiteboard. I would say mid to high 60% of my portfolio. It's just a rough guess. Well, I've owned AMD for a long time. So that's another chunk of my portfolio. I have like a portfolio hedge against inflation or market correction through the VIX. That's another pretty fat chunk. Ban Darth Dan. Roaring Kitty's back. He keeps telling me to ban you. It's really not nice, DFE. He's an okay guy. He gave up the dance. He gave up a life behind the dumpster to try to better himself. Roaring Kitty. Fuck you. You need to ban Darth Dan for MOASS to occur? No. I'm waiting for him to get his like 30-day Dan coin, I think. Is that actually DFE or just a troll? Who knows? How's that possible? You have food poisoning from boofing a dollar slice of New York City pizza? Probably. What if DFE is Darth Dan? I've never seen them in the same place at the same time, but I've seen them both, and they don't look anything alike. Darth Dan has powerful enemies. What did you do to DFE behind the dumpster that makes him hate you so much? Last time we had this conversation, we ripped in after hours. Interesting. Darth bonded with us during the mod call. He's one of us now. I don't want to hear about this. Ooh, look at this volume spike. Doing big shorts. Ken Griffin, you have broken my bid wall. Prepare for battle. Could you draw on the screen how you set your whiteboard up with your trades? It might be kind of neat for us to see how you keep track. Oh, it kind of looks like that. Oh, and I drew like a small pickle over here on it with like a little tiny cowboy hat. He's got like a little rope. He's riding a mechanical bull. Darth would be modded, then immediately change his name to Phoenix Dan, and then you have to let a Dan into your inner circle, and that's how Ken wins. Interesting. Are you Persian Michael Burry? What about the FTD theory? Is this over? Nope. Do you want it to be? Sell your shares and go away. That's how you can end it. If you can't take the heat, get the fuck out of the kitchen. Daniel Taylor is not banned. I lost a bet with a goat, and now I have to let him eat my shorts. Permission to ban any mod as soon as they rename themselves to be a Dan. 100%, Biter. If any Dan becomes a mod, ban them immediately. Or any mod becomes a Dan. Either way. So ban him for like a minute and see if the stock goes up. President Darth, I'm going to time you out and see if it has an effect on the price of the stock. Say something in chat. Let's test DFE's thesis. Wait. Oh, where did he go? God damn you, Carl. Sneaky fuck. Nice. SW pitcher. If DFE becomes a Dan, would our value rise in your eyes? I might sell. Carl beat you to it. I know, it's such bullshit. I'm gonna fucking, where's Carl? I'm gonna time Carl out. Fuck you, Carl. Oh, he hasn't said anything in chat. He's just sneaking around, timing people out. I'm gonna fucking find you, Carl. Ah, son of a bitch. How have you not said anything all day? But you're here to ban Darth Dan. Hold on, the stock stabilized. The most impressive part of yesterday's collab was your analysis on the downfall of the Prince of Persia franchise. Ah, I found you. You're fucked, Carl. I know, I realize I've fucked up the control group, but it's worth it. I sold all my Myrna with minus 86% today after months of bag holding. I'll not be asking you anymore from now on. No more Myrna, Dad. This makes me sad, in a way, Victor. I always wanted millions of people to die so your Myrna calls would print. I'm sorry. $85 down on 218 calls. Do we roll or just pray? I mean, I'm not rolling. He can't time himself out. All right, I'll time you out too, Biter. I just need to time out all the mods. This is how we do it. This is how we go up. Where's another mod? Where's Secure? Secure, dude, I gotta time you out. It's working. Time myself out. All right. It worked. I did it by timing myself out and all the mods. We saved the stock. Confess who timed me out. Stop spelling it that way, Euro Gorilla. Y'all really gonna do that to Darth? 50-50? Jeez, he undanned himself. Tried to get a seat at the high table with the grown-ups. Am I honest? In my opinion, the sacrifice alone merits his immediate promotion as co-chairman of the Moderators Alliance. Noted. Obvious death rattle is obvious. Split the cheeks, Kenny. We coming for you. Eric, while you were timed out, I read an Reddit AMA where contestant of Guts, the 90s Nickelodeon show, said you don't get to keep the aggro crag trophy if you won. My day is ruined. What? My day is ruined. I can never buy a piece of the aggro crag trophy with my MOASS money. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. All we needed to do was reverse the trend to animals. We don't need to stay banned forever. It worked. By timing myself and all the mods out, it worked. So, Gurk, since I was the first timed out, does this mean I'm a mod now? 53% of viewers say yes. But we have to give this poll the same amount of time we gave the last one. I've been going down memory lane for the last 6 months. From Moonwind losing his $16,000 on hood puts to the intraday cup and handle. Good times. That's how New Yorkers say it. No, they fucking don't. And it's more like what time of the market day did VW squeeze? You all know this is a good question. I have Pi-Fi muted. Can someone type it? I haven't read Bob's DD from last night, but he let me know about it before it came out. Persian Pickle Financial Carl's very sensitive about trying to be number one mod. He's already second place to secure. He's not prepared to slip down another notch. He will time you out if you say anything against his agenda. DFE's cost basis was super fucking low, even after he doubled down. Is AMC in the demand zone? Finally. Could this be the dip before the rip that we've all been? That's not true, Han. Hmm. Did I miss a Ko-Fi? Laura, get your Dan. Please don't let Darth mod. He turned his back on the Dans and will most definitely abuse the Discord privileges and drunk at everyone all the time, just like Han Banan. Listen, as pigeon whales, part of the many things their membership affords them, besides access to my only calves, is the ability to drunkenly at people in the middle of the night. As an exiled mod, you are at the bottom. But I love all the mods equally. Except for Secure. He's better than the rest of you. Are they actually unlocking any liquidity like this? Can we see that? Not really. Thoughts on where the SPY bounces? I don't know if it does. 460 is nice. Below that, it starts to get a little fucking crazy. VIX is up. What's to stop retail from posting all over the place to have everyone buy at the same time on the same day and after hours? Clearly, the SEC doesn't care about price manipulation. We're easier to go after. Low hanging fruit. They have a very limited budget. The better your lawyers, the less likely you are to get in trouble for manipulating the price of a stock. I didn't say Carl was second. I said he was number 2. But if all mods are equal, then that means they're all number 2, besides Secure, who's number 1. Biter's always targeting me. Are you kind of a dick? Carl actually only gets my Thigh Masters. They're all used and from the 80s. The last like 2 months is mostly delta hedging. I know. Says you're deep into your soul and did a crystal, palm, and astrology reading to determine rankings of mods. Zakir number 1, 1.1, Zakir's wife. Number 2, Han, will never admit because he plays hard to get. Number 3, everyone else. Number 4, exiled mod. Interesting. Considering what a brat I can be, I'm just happy I'm mod no matter where I rank. Shit, Jesus Christ, Han. Stop donating me all your money. Also, thank you for donating me all your money, but don't do that. Did you skip another one of my super chats? I don't know. Why do you give YouTube half of your money? When are you gonna go to a dinner, when you go to a dinner, do you order coffee or order a black coffee? Why would I drink coffee with dinner? You missed a bunch of Ko-Fi in your absence. Oh boy. Hide, Carl, hide. One man's ouchie down day is another man's opportunity to pick up 510 weeklies on the cheap. Seriously, hold the faith, boys. The night is darkest before the dawn. They're desperate. Thank you, Zakir's wife, also known as Megan Fox. Carl is slacking in his banhammer abilities today. Gherk perms his pubes. I feel that deep in the pit of your stomach, that sudden pang of doubt, that niggling feeling that you might be wrong. They put that there, and fuck them for doing that. My hands have become vibranium-coated diamonds with a death grip on my shares. They can suck my pickle. GME easy money. Bullish as fuck. While you were timed out, I read a Reddit AMA. Okay, I saw that. Okay, I think I saw the rest. Dark pool trading volume go into TradingView buy sell volume? It should. I mean, have you seen the market today? And then we're getting shorted on top of that. Was XRT being internalized too? It's down considerably, just wondering. We're shorted. I don't know if they need to internalize volume on XRT. It generally doesn't have a lot traded to begin with. Didn't XRT short volume yesterday go from like 200% to 300 something? Correction, Zakir's wife. He's the best mod. He's probably like a super good dad to his 35 children, too. I think I'm starting to understand why you would have more kids with him. Because, I mean, that's a DNA strand that I'd rehypothecate. You're securing the lineage. And did you time him out a third time? Selling in the money puts does not put downward pressure on the stock. They can use creation to obtain. So if XRT has 50,000 shares of GME, Jeff, that was just like 5 great Zakir puns in a row. Well played. I know. Hannah's gone rogue. We have a code Carl. Bunch of in the money calls coming in. Ooh. I haven't read the Bob Smith GD yet. I like not the whole thing. Super chats are more convenient. Also, it was diner, not dinner. Oh. I don't order coffee from diners either. This would be a great time for GameStop to use that 100 million to buy back almost 1 million shares. It would be. What's XRT's SI now? Like 1,000%. I think we don't get it for like a day after it's reported. So we would just have yesterday's. Do you think they will start to cover now? We'll see. It's just like, it's like having a room full of children asking me, are we there yet? I told you yesterday, I'm not fucking Ice Cube. I'm going to break into Citadel's HQ and pour bull mayo on the big computer that controls their shorting algo. Given the natural acidity of bull mayo, it will detonate the machine, killing me in the process. Goodbye, Nesquik. You think the 1.1 million July 60C is an institutional buy-in? Absolutely. It's like people buying a lot of options for Feb 18th. It's a nice day. Been away from the stream for a few weeks. Could you give me a rundown on what's up? We're down a bunch. FTDs are piling up. They are internalizing order flow via the current. I think they're switching. They're their short volatility positions to a long theta negative gamma position in order to ride out a near-term spike. That's where I'm at. Was there a Ko-Fi? I think I missed a Ko-Fi while I was answering that. So do you drink at a diner? Because not drinking the god-awful coffee is possibly the shilliest thing you've ever said. Usually unsweetened iced tea or like a juice. Sometimes I'll get a juice. Like I'll just overpay for bottled juice at a diner. Why did diners have such a high overhead on their juice? Has anyone ever noticed that? Like you can go to the shittiest diner in the world and it's like $5 for a child's orange juice. You get an omelet for like $7.50, but it's $5 for an orange juice. What do you think of the Roth IRA tax skip play? I don't know what that is. Juice is expensive. Why is McDonald's orange juice like $4 for not even real juice? Thanks, Ronaldo Schneiderman. Please repeat them. I recommend everybody checks out Options as a Strategic Investment by Macmillan. I think it's a great place to start. Which Dan would you keep it in? In what order? And would you ban the other two? You'd keep me in, obviously. There to be any exposure on the exposure date on the 25th at this price. We'll see. The 25th is next Friday, not tomorrow or today. There's contracts that are in the money still. Not a lot, but there's contracts that are in the money. Paying taxes on your money on the way in, but not taken out post squeeze. Interesting. Does that work? I don't know if that works.
You'd still have to pay taxes on the gains if you take it out early. Stream call. Just change the resolution on what it's probably your device. Yeah, market's closed Monday. Wait, did you Warren Buffett's stock guy died? That's not a sentence, VWAP Dan Seipel. Do you think they'll try everything to get the amount of Feb 18 calls out of the money? I don't want to spam anymore. I hope you'll see this comment. Oh, of course. Sure. Will they succeed? I don't think so. Any thoughts on this hard attempt to FUD folks out ahead of the psychological date of the sneeze anniversary? I mean, that's just what's going on right now. People are getting antsy. Chat's been a shit show for a couple days. But it's fine. We have fun. I know how a Roth IRA works, but I thought they were describing some sort of tax loophole. That's not a tax loophole. That's just buying stock in a Roth. Try to average down as much as possible. Buy this dip or wait it out. This fucking dip is amazing. Even if you're not hitting the bottom, you got to be fucking close. We're trading like $80 below our volume weighted average price for the year. The OGs are bullish as fuck and super grateful for all your effort, Girk. Thanks for all you do, bro. Thanks, man. Got paid today because I'm DGen. I have too many GFEs and can only trade with settled funds. Feels bad, man. Sorry to hear that, dude. What price did you say was worrisome for the SPY? 160? One sixty is gonna mean we're in below 160 is gonna mean we're in a correction. If we drop below 450, that correction's accelerating to the downside and does not look good. Down here at like 430 might start to signify a crash. Oh yeah, there'll be a lot of FTDs from all the shorting casts. They're just piling them on. Josh Proctor trying to decide between rolling Feb 18 320 to a later date or selling and buying Feb 18 200 since everything is on sale today. Help. I mean, dude, that's up to you, man. I can't tell you like which options are best to buy. This is a nice inverse head and shoulders. You're looking at reducing leverage and in an attempt to reduce risk. Um, yeah, that's you gotta consider your own position in that. There is no like best contract. There are just contracts that do different things. How do you feel about Lewis Simpson, one of Warren Buffett's favorite stock pickers, dying? Interesting. Maybe he. I don't know. LMT knock and other military hardware stocks are going up. Cool. North Korea fires suspected missiles after U.S. imposes sanctions. Interesting. It's annoying the heck out of me that you've somehow become the designated coddler handholder. You shouldn't have to deal with that. If they can't be patient, you don't deserve the rewards. It's tough. It doesn't bother me. Like, I can sit here on my own losses for the day and listen to everyone else complain, and I'm fine. Cheers. I think your Discord's been hacked. There's an AMC channel there. There is. It's mostly just full of AMC shit posting though. What was the most profitable strike from August? I mean, August ran pretty hard, so my furthest out of the money ones saw the most return. I don't know who'd be dumb enough to take the counterparty risk, but they might be able to find someone. Maybe they've got a really good pitch. Calls on Lockheed. Yeah, war equals money. Does your Starbucks pickle pick still stand? I bought my options really far out, so I'm not selling. I know Starbucks is down more. Actually, it's not even really down that much more today. Not after the initial dip. I'm down a little bit on them, but I'm not super concerned. There's still some room to the downside. But I've got fucking almost 6 months, a little more than 6 months on them. The near term Jan ones, I think, stopped out. I had 106 for Jan 28th, and those stopped out at a 10% loss. I'll probably buy more long-term calls as well. What's considered long term? I mean, leaps are specific. They're a specific contract date, out past usually a year. Long term, really anything over a quarter, longer than a quarter out, maybe semi-annual. Can you check shift search? Yeah. Ooh. Call volume's picking up. Sold puts are picking up. Bought puts are picking up. 200s. Feb 18s. Yeah, I'm even more convinced now that the Feb 18 195s are bought. Bearish bet. Reddit working fine for me. Can you post a pic of the error in the Discord? What error? Dan. Did you DM me? Yeah, I'm doing the Billionaire stream Monday, but I'm probably gonna do it later. $190, would be more prudent for me to let it ride or grab another contract to average down a little. I mean, this is a great price. Averaging down things at this point is super dope. Mr. Boost. This is fine. Thank you, Mr. Boost. And this put with high energy is bought, low energy is sold. I don't even see the 195s on here. Keeps happening. What's this? It's fucking strange. I don't know what's going on with that. Have you checked on Dettles lately? I haven't heard from him in a little while. I'm sure he's fine. What did you just say about the Feb 18 185Cs? I think they're a bearish bet. Intraday cup and handle bullish. Demand zone incoming. It looks good. Keep swing selling puts above the trading price. So if I were to sell like a 150p right now, right, which is obviously in the money, I'm making a bet that by expiration, the stock price will be higher than my strike, right? And then I can take that credit and I can buy calls below that put. So if my put's at 150, I can buy calls at like 140, 130, 120, 110, right? By selling an in the money put places you at risk for buying 100 shares at that strike, right? On by the expiration. What we're seeing a lot of right now is them selling out of the money puts down at like 100 and using the credit to buy calls. No, we can't track it, Flunky. When the FTDs from the end of the November drop be due? Give me a date. Which specific date? They're all due in different layers. Because you have FTDs that start, T plus 2 plus 35 from synthetic hedging. Then you have ETF FTDs due from creation that extend out a little further, right? Those are T plus 3 plus 6 plus 35. And then you have futures FTDs. Which extend out T plus 2 plus 35. But could also be satisfied with ETF creation. So they can potentially be longer. And so these all kind of just overlap. You said 120 was safe? No, I didn't. I told you to sell your chair. Because, well, they're cash secured, right? So you have to have a lot of money to buy lots of. Oh, for someone buying an insane amount of way out of the money puts for credit? You mean selling? Kumon. I mean, they're just not worth a lot, right? And you also have to have the margin or the cash on hand to do that. We need a T plus 35 date calculator. You know what? You're not wrong. Where did the Jamie said 98 crowd go? I don't know. Fucking relax. We're up $4 from our daily bottom. We haven't even crossed VWAP yet. Yeah, no problem, man. or Kumon. What school did you go to and study finance at? Why the fuck would I ever tell anybody that information? Exuberance is approaching. You know what? This is the real exuberance line. To dox yourself. How are we getting dumped so hard even though buy volume is higher than sell volume? Buy volume isn't higher than sell volume. Are you looking at, that's just from your brokerage. If you're looking at like Fidelity is like buy at 80%, that just means Fidelity customers are buying, they're like 80% long. It has nothing to do with the actual exchange. I'm back, baby. Let's fucking rip. Fuck yeah, Secure. What will you have the name of the building you pay for at your college? I think it's either we name it Stefan's School of Financial Analysis or Boof Zone. It depends on how much money I donate. They're always asking. I just tell them I'm unemployed. Everybody load up your bags. We're going up. Fidelity down to 896. Ah, love this. Pretty fucking jacked, Hacksaw. Jack to the tits. She'd be like, woohoo. Welcome to Air Pi. How many bags will you be checking? The building formerly known as Prince. Alternatively known as the Pickle Jar. After MOASS, are you opening the Pi-Fi Center for pickles who can't trade good and want to learn to do other stuff good too? Yeah. Can you sacrifice a Dan to the Lady VWAP so we may pass through? Yeah, let me see who's the next Dan in chat. VWAP Dan Disciple gets it. Sorry, man. You were the next Dan in chat. It's like the things that I said are coming true. They're dumping even more money. Borrow rates are going up. I'm fucking bullish as all hell. It might take a few more days, but it's breaking. The cracks are forming, and I like that. If DRS removes liquidity, does that mean also shorting is amplified in a low liquidity environment? Highly liquid, low volatility stocks will move in a narrow range. When a stock increases and experiences an increase in volatility, it moves from a narrow range into a broader range. That means that the downside is also more volatile, yes. You underestimate the power of a pigeon whale, Dan. Praise be to VWAP. I see you're back. Clip. I feel like sometimes you guys just have me clip arbitrary things. I played TFT, not TF2. I've never played TF2. Shill's trying to get you to clip too much to slide your good content in the clips. Maybe. So you're saying be wary of clipping? Just don't clip anymore? You guys know about the clip channel on the Discord, right? You guys can submit timestamps. I'll check them out if they're worthwhile. I'll put them in a video. Saw the stream between you and Kazakh last night. It felt like a moment of zen in the current dip. Thanks for all you do in the GME community. Thank you, Pratik Patel. I appreciate that. What rank were you in TFT? Diamond, but that's because like I never pushed I got like diamond 1, but I just like never pushed higher. Poker DGen. Dude, thank you so much for coming to Dillionaire, man. I appreciate it. Danimal's drinkable bulgur. I need you to DM me because I can't find the thing you sent me.
So freaking bad. To be a billionaire. So freaking bad.
Brit Americans back. Going hard value. Jesus fuck. Everyone diving into tobacco because the market's gonna crash.
Yo,
It looks good.
let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiends, fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a
It
cult.
looks good, and from a value standpoint, it looks really good as well. You might not be giving yourself enough time, just because the size of the float. I'd maybe be a little more cautious with that, but it's gonna experience some growth as you know the sentiment in the market shifts. Beer, cigarettes, and food. This dip, I've convinced my wife to roll over her IRA from an old employer. That's my money. Congratulations. I requested a Dix montage in the clips channel. It was deleted. You didn't give timestamps, so if you don't put timestamps in your message in that Discord, you simply have your message deleted. It's not a video request channel. My exile is complete. It is. Just remember, VW squeeze started Monday, and Friday was the lowest day. Dip before the rip, lads. We can be pigeon whale to flex on the pores, but if I am poor, am I just flexing on myself? You're realizing your dreams, Tanksimus. You wanted to fly high and kiss the sun like a golden god or a flaccid tiny whale with wings. Either way. 3 million on 71560C, close to bid, so sold. Yeah, those still look bought to me. See you later, meditation. Why are you trying to front run my post MOASS play? Ooh. Arbitrage should be interesting on Tuesday too. Because the German market is open, the European markets are open, the American market's closed. GME is real illiquid over there. Give me my best material. Stop ignoring me. I don't know. I haven't played in a couple seasons, Riz, so I'm probably rusty. I need to practice. Maybe I'll play some this weekend. Get my gaming channel going. Watch me lose it. I became a pigeon. I don't see your other message, Tanksimus. Cigs and alcohol sales are gonna go through the roof. Yeah. Armani arbitrage. Short positions have to be reported over there. 2.1k viewers, 2.6 million voted in the poll. Well, so far we've got about 6. Try journey or tragedy. Are you just in here whining again? Be honest with me. Are you in here just like, it sucks so much? Wow. Like, I don't care. I get it, but why? Do you have nothing better to do with your life? You should start a gaming / cooking / beauty channel after MOASS. You'll go places. Oh, it's going to be so hard to cry through my mascara with all those ring lights on me while playing a game, though. And cooking dinner. They have a different ticker. Yes, he is. Okay. It's not Koala. It's a different guy. You should start a channel that teaches people how to sell covered calls so they can break even and get out of the stock. You'd love that, wouldn't you, Ken? You'd love to get your hands on all of Moonwind's shares. I haven't read Bob's DD. I see Trash is watching. Do you think it's time for a thing? Trash, you there? What's up, man? I heard it's cold in Oklahoma today. I hope your cousins are safe. I'm gonna freak out. Will some buy my shares for $200 a piece? They're real, not synthetic, I swear. I'll believe you. Prove it. Show me your purple anus. My cousins are immune to the cold. Get it? Because they're hot. That's... Never mind. I sent you a challenge on the Pigeon Whale channel. Man, that is a... You have a very... JC, you need to work on your hair distribution, man. It's very uneven. Either go no hair or some hair. But... Can you look at Lucid and what are you expected to do next week? I have some calls on expiring and maybe I want to cash them out at the money. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I like this as an exit. I think it'll come down more, especially Monday. It's up to you. If you got through next week, it might continue to break up. Like the peak of the trend looks high, but statistically, you don't have a good chance of seeing upside on this. Hold on, let me check something else real quick. Yeah, the uptrend's already weakening. Although the MACD looks bullish, I think there'll be a dip before you see any more upside. Yeah, it's a little almost approaching a little oversold. So not a huge fan of carrying it over the weekend at least. Which means I should sell some super close to the money covered calls. Are we trading low because I did something bad? Is it like my parents' divorce and completely my fault? Probably. Why would you do this to us, popcorn trader? Why couldn't you just have gone long corn and we could have squeezed together? If Trash Dan gets divorced, can he still call her his sister? So I feel like I'm going insane. I understand. It's tough to carry heavy bags. But when you're right and everyone else is wrong, it's a good place to be. Moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. A psoriasis that affects 2% or more BSA, or psoriasis present in vulnerable locations such as the hands, feet, face, and genital regions. What? Did last night's stream have any influence towards you DRSing at all? No? In like what sense? Like, am I gonna just suddenly DRS now? You can go ahead and ban me. 1% seems low for how dried up GME seems to in the borrowing pools that we can see. Flanky. There's more liquidity for the SEC lending pool than just IBKR and Fidelity. There's shares to borrow from every fucking pension plan and mutual fund that owns GameStop. Which are like, there's like hundreds of them. There's ETFs. Ugh. We just have very low visibility into the SEC lending pool. Yes, I came to wine. I'm sorry, I'm just not zen right now. You gotta hold it together, man, or walk away. Like there, you really only have two choices. So make the best of a shitty situation. Average down if you can. If you can't, hold. Right? Are the same things true about GameStop now as when you bought it? Not subtly, but any convincing argument to lean you towards the possibility. Nothing I haven't heard before. Can you explain on every day there are some FTDs due, but what happens on GME FTD due dates that make them special? They correlate with a point in time. when liquidity was needed. So for things like gamma exposure or aggressive shorting. Futures expirations. So points in time where shares of GameStop are due, but the liquidity of GameStop due to retail ownership does not allow for them to be provided. And so thus liquidity is manufactured. Borrowable shares have nothing to do with illiquidity. A stock can be illiquid and have lots of shares to borrow. Yeah, apparently Schwab's been doing that all day, Space Monkey. I've had a bunch of people showing me that it's like glitching to the upside repeatedly. Maybe Schwab's about to go big long. It'd be a shame if people start leaving single-use mayo packets outside Citadel's doors. Danimals, did you DM me? If you're in here right now. Which of the pigeon whales has the best calves? Look and decide. Like a pigeon whale calf beauty contest? I need to see more. I only have 3 entrants. I'm not even sure if yours are any good, Carl, or you just have better lighting. Now, the aggro crag has some thick fucking calves. Oh, shit. Dave the Pigeon Whale Dave's coming out. 50%. Dude, your calf is double the width of your shin. It's like a peg leg. XRT short interest 447%. Just keeps going up. Can you read my question at 229? That's a good way to do that. Do you know anything about delta sensitivity at these price levels? Seems to be like a breakout back to 130 could lead to a ramp. I mean, as long as calls are picking up, yeah. I don't have the model to analyze that. But if calls are picking up higher, right, and puts are being closed, then I mean the IV skew and like the call skew are indicating that that is the case. But I don't know where the delta neutral point is. Should be DMing you this weekend though. No, I just need you to send me a DM so I can find your message, Danimals. I don't care what you write in it. Just like put a asterisk. Where's Grizz's fucking... I don't see your calves. Where are your calves, Grizz? Get yo-yo on the horn. That's not how that works. Not sure if you already got my question. How is XRT going up if it's on Reg Show? Was it taken off? Not the last time I looked. How's it getting shorted? You can short with a pre-borrow agreement. Shorting doesn't work the same way in ETFs. But you can short a thresholded stock. Son of a fucking bitch. Where did the... There we go. I just got margin called for 43 cents. Somebody check FX hedge. Did you answer my super chat about T+6? I don't know if I saw it. Sorry. Shit, it's gone, Pong. I might have, but the best times I have when working the Wendy's dumpster in Brockton is when DFE shows up and tells me he just wants to look at my calves. Interesting. Very nice, Grizz. I feel like Nutsaculon's flexing a little. I respect it. It is a show. Don't be afraid to flaunt it if you got it, guys. You have to be a pigeon whale. I'm sorry. This is the content I've been waiting for so long. Pong, ask me again though, bro. I'm so happy that you have so much knowledge regarding this whole situation, and the most important thing, that you share it. So many people would be lost without you. Thanks. Do you think this the downward push this week will be entice more institutions to jump in. I think they already are, Protege said. I think they started jumping in last week and they're continuing to do so. TTM squeeze firing? It's been firing for days, silence. Like 3 or 4 days into fire signals on it. The last time we had this many fire signals, we went to 350. So I hope that's true again. Fidelity reporting 886 shares left to short. Yep. Fidelity down to 616. Gert gaming streams? I don't know. Tendy Baron, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord, and I will get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club after the stream. This is why Danimals drinkable yogurt, because I couldn't find the fucking audio file.
Happy birthday, Gert. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the band GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. Yeah, we might be apes, but we ain't that joke. Motherfucker, trade this pop on cold. When the Citadel fails, I'm Obama on both. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke.
It's above yesterday,
no coke.
which I think is good. I'm writing TCDD on Sluglord in the city of Philadelphia. I hope you're ready for it. Book of the Dance Part 5. Can we, mods of our Dillionaires, whoever you may be, can we get the Book of the Dans pinned? Give the Dans some recognition for all the bull mayo that they've milked over this year. We just broke out of my poorly drawn descending channel since open. Not that poorly drawn. When poll done? I'll decide, Darth Dan. I'd say when you get an equivalent number of votes to the previous poll. If you were a diamond and you didn't even try to climb, I would watch you play. Thanks, Kool-Aid Disciple. Different implementations of it are trying to do different things, but I just use the one that like mimics the TDA one. The TDA one's actually pretty good, but I hate TDA, so. Thanks for your continuous support. I was already a member on it all, but now I upgraded here. Thank you. Thank you, Tendy Baron. This is buying music. Is it fair to say last year they did it as a reactionary to FOMO, and this year it's preventative? It's possible. I think this year it's just to drive the price down, to reduce exposure as much as possible. Pin post, but no mod? I'm not a mod. I'm not a mod on that Discord. Zakura is. I think Han is. Maybe Dan Almighty can help and put the Gospel of Dan's in one post, so it's not just like 50 pins at the top. The poll is over. Darth, Dan, Yaz are too far ahead. Fox and CNN are both calling the race in favor of Dan. MSNBC is sure to follow. I don't know if this is enough to confirm. Like this, I don't like the spread, you know? It was like 52% no. Now it's 54% yay. I think we might have to do another round of polling before we confirm. And he's only not been a Dan for a week. Like, he still stinks of Dan. Penn said these numbers showed in her DD. She's bullish. Cool. Yeah, I'll probably talk to her after the stream today. You said you consider rolling options the 25th, but isn't the 25th the exposure date? The price improvement should be in T+2. No, 21st is actually the exposure date. The 25th is the T+2, Bastion. Remember, the options expire on the 21st for leaps. '24th is Monday, 25th is Tuesday. Theoretically, that T+2 extends to the 26th as well. But we'll see if I continue to carry them at that point. I may wait till the next day, but not beyond that. And probably not if I don't see any significant change before then. What's gonna happen when they run out of shares tomorrow? Moon? Thank you, Secure. I didn't want to brigade our billionaires. He's no longer a Dan. He's renounced the Dans. Secure, if you want to get in on this, let me know. I'll add your calves to the mix. We getting any more coming in? What's it looking like? Darth, you don't get a resubmit. Get the fuck out of here with that. Unacceptable. Deleting. I like Claw Range's socks. Windmill Willie's contribution. All were put sweeps. One more, then I'll stop. You're correct. The 60C are basically all purchased. Yeah, that's what I thought. Awesome. Bulls are loading up. Big money. Moo. Once a Dan, always a Dan. I understand that sentiment, but we here at Pickle Financial like to believe people can become a better version of themselves. Some would argue that once one is tasted of the bull mayo, one cannot go back. Call me out for resubmitting, but not Carl. Did Carl resubmit? I didn't see Carl resubmit. I'll delete his resubmit also. Fucking Carl trying to cheat, Carl? I only see one from Carl. Where's Carl's second post? Better delete that shit, Carl. What would you do if you made President Darth Ahmad and it was a false flag operation and he changed his name back to Darth Dan? Oh, I ban him from all Pickle Financial platforms. He knows what happens. Being diamond in TFT is like being diamond in ARAM. Spoken like a true gold league player. Day 187 of my hunger strike for Dan's civil rights. I'm so hungry. I've sucked the bull mayo out of the bottom of Woody's dumpster. When this is over, you better make a second MLK Day for me in recognition of my sacrifice for the cause. No. Typical Dan behavior, selling himself out even more just to become a mod. Vote with your votes, not with your words. Were you able to rule out 735 block order being an insider buy? No. All we know is that it's long block order. There's an interesting correlation, but I don't think we could prove anything without a 10Q. Am I going to notify people if I decide to roll Feb 18s? I mean, yeah. I don't know why that would matter to anybody. Did you watch the clip I posted earlier, Dominic? Check out the clip I posted earlier. Are there rankings for ARAM? When do you think XRT ups? You don't have to chat me, dude. XRT's coming up now. Probably around the same time GameStop pops. They're really shorting the shit out of it though right now. Brooklyn clubbing tonight? No. I don't do people. Not anymore. I'm too old for that shit. Your prediction will always come to fruition a week late. When's that happened? I feel like my predictions have either happened or they have not. Either they've happened or the exact inverse has happened. Yeah, most of those are returned, Flunky. That's correct. And only borrowed intraday. I was like 2 minutes behind on stream. Personally, I think this is important. Dan's made their bed, and they should have to lay in it. Your voice just made it into the background of my meeting with a reporter from ProPublica. That's awesome. I didn't see yours yet. Sal, you can't post the front pic, all right? God damn, son of a bitch. Cheaters. You can't take it. I'm not taking into account your socks. Tanksimus, that's an invalid submission. Why do so many people have faces on their calves? Oh. Well, he'll have to repost. That's my bad. Sorry, JG. What's Darth's campaign slogan? I'll kiss it better. Would it be telling if they don't return shares to Fidelity over the weekend? A bit, yeah.
Five, four, three, two, one, zero. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
We're going to cross above VWAP. I hope. And then, oh, that's all I had. Praise be to VWAP. This moment where we touch upon our glorious lady. Let all be humble for the dip and thankful for the bounty it provided. Not a cult. Can we bounce back to 250 real quick? I see what you're saying. I have the power. But I don't feel the need to participate. Long time listener. Been buying since Feb. Do you know what time of the trading day VW squeezed? Could look it up, but this is more fun. Didn't it start to run in after hours? I have no idea. Is this similar to what happened last year? Are you still bullish? Fuck yeah. No, some of those calves are bigger than mine, Carl. It's okay. But I don't need to go down that road. I can't remember which video I watched the other day, but you inspired me. Bought a few options today. Pi 5 for Jerome Powell's job. Let's fucking go. Print some money. I don't want his job if I can't insider trade anymore. Any theory on the Schwab glitch? Not unless we go up $80. What about the dicks? It's diverged. My Feb 18 220C are almost down 85%. Realistically, do you think I'll come out positive with the alleged run end of January? If we run, they'll go up. If we run a lot, they'll go positive. I mean, they're kind of far out of the money right now, like $100. Fidelity at 56. Dope. If we run, they go up. Thanks, Sherlock. I mean, that's how it works. I don't know what people want me to tell them. I think the 12 million volume Friday was pure FOMO. I think it was just FTDs and churn from the options chain. Are you upset because you thought you were joining a cult but found out that it was fake? Join the Dans behind the Wendy's dumpster. We're totally a cult and currently have the position of cardinal and president to fill. Plus, we have a private Discord with No Me 6. Oh, don't you dare. You get that shit out of here. iBorrow is just data from IBKR. And they both get their lendable shares from multiple sources. Jimmy utilization is 84.47 on Ortex. Why would they release a news story on Friday if they wanted to cover FTDs? Were they trying to generate enough liquidity? You should watch the clip I made earlier. Abad. Or Abad. Or Abad. I don't know which one it is. Are you an advertisement for abdominals? Message to the Mayo King in Pigeon Whale chat. Shakuseki. Okay, Tanksimus. I can't. What have I done? If Fidelity gets tapped out of shares, I assume we can watch each other's borrow fee percent pickup as a clue to how dry the rest of the pool is. Yeah. Do you expect to see more shorting until the fee rises higher? It can jump pretty rapidly. You'd be surprised. What are your thoughts on tater tots? They're alright. Sometimes, I guess, if you're 5. Can you please use your dicks to look at my BALS? Balasor alloys. Thanks. You're gonna need proof of this position if you make me look it up. There's no Dix data available for that. That is correct, Hacksaw. I don't think it's algo driven. I just think the same positions are due and they're handling it in a similar way. Like, for it to be algo driven, you'd have to assume that it's one algo managing multiple positions across the market. And I don't think that's true at all. I have had fresh Wisconsin cheese curds. What's the price on? I'm on mobile. I see a lot of green. No, we're at 115. Fidelity shares to borrow like 50 or something like that. I am aware, Sir David P. Why were you in Wisconsin? I've been almost everywhere in the US at different points. I was in Madison. I went to a bar there. I had some cheese curds and a whiskey sour. And I got to meet some very attractive women with really weird accents. It was a strange night. You know, the basket had a mix of both, Alex. Were the women yacht worthy? Yeah. Lady Vuop has graced us with a touch. I think we go sub 100. Unlikely. I think that's what it was. Deep fried donut. How are you well traveled? What did you donor? You just have friends all over the US? I had a couple jobs where I traveled a lot, so I've been a lot of places. Yo, haven't super chat in a while. Just a reminder, the calzones are dumplings. No, backwards. Dumplings are calzones. But thank you so much, Courtesy Lick. What are you trying to say about Wisconsin and the North Midwest accent? It was just, I don't know. I was in my 20s. I was pretty lit. I just like it fucked with my head. Like they looked really hot, but then they sounded like a grandmother, and it was just, I don't know. XRT short percent 447, 2.21 million shares now shorted of the 4.9 million outstanding. Thank you so much, Sweet and Sour. We know it's absurd. Midwest nines or New York nines? We shouldn't rate women by a numerical scale because different strokes for different folks. Also, it's super sexist. And New York eights. Philadelphia 20s. You know what it is? It's the fact that so many Dans are strongly supporting Darth's essential traitorous behavior. That's what's got me, kind of suspicious. I was not in the traveling carnival business. It felt like it, but it wasn't. Yeah, Jeff, sort of. Anyone is a perfect 10 that is willing to spend time with me. Carl, that's a lot of people here. I feel like you have low standards. I think he's a Trojan Dan. Yeah, I do. We support our boy wanting to better himself, even outside of the danhood. Unfucking likely. I've seen what you guys do to the weak and injured Dans. It's fucking disgusting. Can you outline that perfect intraday cup and handle? It's not. It's just an intraday down and slightly up. There's no cup and handles here. What's a good option? I don't know. The one that you want to buy? Jarl is the name for a full grown man in Swedish. Dr. K for mod. But he, no, just never. Super bullish here. I was away for a bit. What did I miss? Well, we went down $10 and now we're up 4. And it's just woo. Good times. All right, that's just, you're just typing nonsense now, Popcorn Trader. Ballpark guess or how long they can keep kicking this can. I don't know. We'll see. Until they can't, or until they're ready to stop. FTDs are already piling up. It's only a matter of time. Stop trying to put, like, define that time. I know. You guys, you know what's ironic is that everyone loves dates so much, but then they're like, no dates. Don't tell me dates. Thanks for keeping it real all week despite this totally natural price action. Happy Martin Luther King Jr. Day. Enjoy the day off and keep being bullish. Thanks. Who's coughing now? You too, man. Thanks, man. I thought it reflected the whole ETF, not just one company. It does. But that makes sense how they can keep using XRT to short if they just keep piling on. You're the best. No problem, Jeff. Thanks, man. My price no good. Boom, boom. Liked and unsubscribed. Wait, what? Did I just get nagged? I don't know how I feel about this. I've been unliked and unwatched. I've been unsubscribed, unliked, and unwatched. But I've never been liked and unsubscribed. I doubt it, Ryan. Serious question. Do you think if Jamie dips under 100, people with decent life insurance policies will be in trouble if they're spouses or Jamie options holders? That's possible. Sleep with one eye open. I'm not going to go into the rest of that. If you're a Dan, grip your pillow tight. Do you think they could have done this anytime, or is it the liquidity? I mean, they probably could have done it at any time, but it's expensive, right? It's not a cheap move. I'm not helping you buy more goats. You still got to figure out the one you've already got. I need to know dates so I know when I'm going to lose more money. Not Saculon for mod. He's the mod we deserve, but not the one we need or want. Interesting. He's got good calves. Yes, I am, Steven. I'm not even subbed to Pi-Fi. Timed out. After all our time together, after being the first person who you acknowledged actually watching your stream, and this not being a simulation and cutting off myself from the hive mind, it hurts that you would think I would be a Trodan. All I want to do is become a better person. His plea is so real. If I had a heart, it might mean something. Just mod me and be done with it. Interesting, JFresh. Carl timed you out, not me. But I timed Carl out. Your vengeance was swift and sweet. Thoughts on 10K and the money puts expiring opposite of Gex T+2. I don't think those have any 10K in the money puts. And we'll have to see where we're trading at by then. You mean today? May as well be productive now that I'm timed out. Grabs a beer. He's piling it on a little thick. Interesting. Can I break your stream if I sub and unsub all day today? Should I try? Sure. You know, I'm wearing pajama pants right now, but I have them like rolled up, so they're like shorts. So my calves are fully exposed and no one can see them. What's the highest price point you bought GME shares at? I think about like 100 at 350. I've bought some at some pretty stupid prices. Not a lot, but CBOE Hanwick has borrow intensity indicators. However, it costs $500 for one ticker to track. I sent the link on Twitter. Okay, thanks, Bob. Do you need a broker's license to access it or no? Ew. You plan on doing something special or host a longer stream on the anniversary? Probably just cry. Sometimes I like and unlike your stream just to feel something. I know you do. It shows up in the analytics. YouTube knows everything about you. You know your calves are getting big when people start calling them calves. What's up, James Ellers? Mod Dr. Gingerballs. Son of a bitch, Roaring Kitty. He's gonna ban everyone. Like, you think Carl's bad? So you think I can see them? I'm right behind you. Oh, Daniel Taylor. No, you're not. What are they going to do with a pile of in the money puts and no shares to assign? What? Those are cash settled. The market maker sells shares on your behalf. JP Newsom, thank you so much for becoming a Cornishon, dude.
Welcome to Cornishon.
This is true. I will definitely do that.
Cornishon.
I once had a career. I successfully recruited YouTube's most dangerous GME streamer, and then I was fired because Pi-Fi never showed up to work. I'm now part of the pickle community. No regrets. The benefits that you have done to this community, to me especially, are things that go above and beyond the Call of Duty. You've inspired me. When provided the opportunity to be able to assist you and what you're doing, would be a benefit to all over being a Dan. He's really trying to, I know what he's trying to do. You shady son of a bitch with your scarves and your Rikus. Just, tainted with the filth of dandom. But 54% of viewers approve. This is the hardest DD I've ever had to do. What Roaring Kitty says goes. Don't ask questions. Three-day weekend. What is our name like for your followers? Are we the Pickle Patch, the Gherkin Gang, the Salty Squad? I don't give a shit. Why do people do that? Why do they have to like name their people who watch their content fucking Moon Gang and Ape Gang and data scientists or whatever? I don't want you guys to feel included, you know? Could be, Tom. I don't think a crash is good. Gordy, thanks for becoming a Cornishon, dude.
Welcome to Cornishon. Cornishon. Cornishon.
Jimmy has positive earnings for the last year, posting gains. Why is their EPS in the negative? Because they're spending lots of money. Because that's how you start a real cult. Do we need to get the real squeeze DDS out of the way first? Fidelity has 6 shares available to short. 6.9. New to the stream. Thank God I didn't listen to all the nonsense about Pi-Fi and SS. Great stuff. Thank you, Sovereign Giant. It gives the audience a sense of belonging. You have the Dans. I mean, they're like in orbit. I wouldn't say I have them. or have ever had a Dan. Names are a form of associative familiarity. It's a psychological groupthink thing. Oh, yeah, I don't want that. What's up with everyone FOMOing into Cornichon? Oh, everyone's broke. Andrew Momoney's Moon. Was it called the Moon Platoon? Are you serious? You gotta be shitting me, right? Check DMs. What do you got? Fidelity borrow rate fell and only 6 shares left. What the fuck? You've definitely had a Dan. You wish, trash. How about the Bull Mayo Biscuit Boys? Oh my god, what's that awful like hazing game they do at frats? The scarves look classy as fuck when included with a pea coat and a lid cap. How many others in the group have written on their chest for you? However, this all comes from my heart. I couldn't do anything really when I was shortly in the quant group, but I know as a mod I can help you. Interesting. Soggy biscuit. How about the soggy Bull Mayo Biscuit gang? Gurks, circle jerks. Or why not just circle gurks? Your dedication to us will never go unnoticed. I thank you, sir. I'm 4 brandy old fashions deep, and I love the stock. Fuck yeah, Kevin Williams. Hashtag Wisconsin. Hashtag cheese curds. What if I leverage my mod chip to make Darth Dan a mod? If he becomes a Dan again, I get banned too. Interesting. 2 birds, 1 stone. A perfect gurgle. Rocket Mortgage, thank you for becoming a Cornichon.
Welcome to
I appreciate
Cornichon. Cornichon.
Circle Gurks, unwanted DRS street cred. What's the plural of anus? Ani? Anuses? I don't know. I don't think it's ani. A noose? Ted Cruz. The plural of anus is J Fresh. The poop hole loophole. Oh man, the stock is so fucking red. What's the next level below that you consider major support? Looking for the next buy I want to target. I mean, every psychological resistance to the downside at this point, because this is very cheap for retail to buy in. So 115, 110, 100, 105, all of these, 106.90 is probably going to be pretty popular, as long as as well as 104.20. I'm not even kidding. Colorectal Cornichon cohort. Not bad. JFresh, what exactly is it that you're an expert in again? So one could say that 100 to 120 is a demand zone. I would say so. It's 2K watching, 1.6K likes, 3.2K votes in the poll. Are we doing red days right? Well, we're doing them, Darth. Jesus. Been in meetings. Are we there yet? No. He's an expert at coming up with DD theories that don't pan out. Even so, DFB said to mod him. J83 CAD. Thanks for all you do. Like the stream last night. I'm sure you've addressed this question, so sorry for the repeat. Can you riff me on whether you think the strategy efforts of the short hedge funds MMs must be coordinated, or do you think it's possible they could be or are acting independently? I think there are some of the positions. Oh, this is complicated, right? So there's several positions I think on GameStop. I think you have shorts. I think you have, market makers just wheeling the stock. I think there's big volatility positions, both to the short and the long side. I would say that the short side is probably, which is the one we're probably most interested in, is likely acting in concert, but in the sense that they're short the entire sector, and probably also managing whatever shit show Melvin created for them. It would make sense for those short positions to also be short volatility. Because, if you're shorting a stock, you're going to drive interest out of it, which also drives IV down. Have you seen the 3.5 million and $60 calls? Yep, and they look to be purchased. Very bullish. How does BBKC look? We've probably fallen below it. I'll take a look. Give me a second. No, we just have, fire signals for days. Same as TTM. This means fire signal. But BBKC doesn't indicate up or down, right? That's kind of the problem with it. It just low volatility to high volatility. All right, we got FTDs piling up, long calls flooding in, a new name for the followers. Have a fantastic. I can't read all this shit. Take Monday away from the stock to catch up on that work you've been putting off for 9 months. Circle Gurks roll out. Thank you, Nesquick, too. We woo. False claim of DFE tweet alert. False claim of DFE tweet alert. We woo. What? I don't know if that's noteworthy, Darth Dan. Now you're trying too hard to become a mod. I'm suspicious again. I think we have all gone insane. We've been saying bullish since we started dropping at 250. Maybe that should have been the theory, that they would just drop us like hard as fuck after every peak. And so price action would just go like that. I don't hate it. TTM indicates which way it's going. See, so TTM goes like that. Oh, we're definitely closing below max pain today. That doesn't necessarily mean anything. Darth Dan seems unstable. You're saying that now? After shirtless chugs? Updated outro, please and thanks. Apologies if you've seen this reminder. Oh yeah, that's right. Where the fuck did it go? How the fuck do I download this? Average Joe didn't send me like a file I can download for some reason. Oh, there we go. Never mind, I got it. Need to update on the gherkin ETF. You mean my 3x leveraged GME ETF? I've got to get funding. We need a true Dan for mod. Knock us as much as you'd like, but this has always been the MOASS catalyst. As the great Aristotle once said, pleasure in the job behind the Wendy's dumpster puts perfection in the work as a Pi-Fi mod. Let's just cross VWAP for today. How about that? Chase Friday. Why would you... What am I clipping? Carl? All right, Darth Dan. Your current polls for moderator are now even. The next one will be the determining factor. So there will be one more poll. I'll give you the weekend to campaign. You have 3 days. Female Dan needs to honeypot Gherk. It's not possible. I'm immune. People have tried. Ding ding. Well, we sort of crossed VWAP at the end of the day. I'll take it as a win. We're like just above it, right? Well, we were. So good enough for me. Thank you, Ecstasy. I hope you enjoy your weekend as well. Why isn't the market open Monday? Holiday. Thank you guys. Members only stream will be on Monday. I think I'm going to do it a little later in the day so people who work can join in. Maybe, I don't know. Nobody should have work, right? It's a holiday. Make it open to everyone. No? I did that already for Christmas. I can't Discord it. But I'll upload the VOD afterwards. I'll do it at 1 p.m. I want to try the 1 p.m. time frame. Yes. 2 p.m.? All right. Okay, now you're just pushing it. 2 p.m. on Monday. Members only stream. Don't forget to check it out. I'll remind everybody in the Discord. Thank you guys. Oh, I'm not making a judgment on the Cavs yet. All the entrants haven't participated. Give it time. I'll see you guys all bright and early Tuesday morning. Thank you guys. Have a wonderful weekend. Good job hanging in there. I know it's been a tough week, but I hope a lot of you got a chance to average down, and I kind of hope it rips in after hours. So there's those things. See you guys.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico!
Sit, Crayon. Sit. Good dog. Not an advisor. Frigulon.